4's Company, 1025, 1063, The Game, brought to you by LPL Financial Nashville and Patrick Conger. Financial planning for tomorrow so that you can enjoy today. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman. The gang is back together on this Saturday. We are broadcasting live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios, home of the $99 yearly Beehive membership, where the buzz is always about great service. Good morning, guys. Glad to have the full crew back this week. Vandy women's basketball season is over, so I will be around a lot more often now, and should be a fun show today.
I'm excited. I mean, everybody's here. It's just like going back to school for the first time. That's what it feels like.
You know what's weird? We're coming up on a year together.
I know. It'll be a year in what? 2 weeks? 3 weeks?
3 weeks.
And what?
It was the week before the draft.
Really?
April 20th was our first show.
I don't know how I'm going to do my draft simulation this year with the phone calls, because it's kind of like cut and dry at this point. We're going to talk about Cam Ward.
You got to keep the tradition alive.
I know I will. We'll have some people call in and see if maybe the Giants and the Browns can wiggle that first overall pick away from the Titans.
Never forget that day. You pulled me aside and said, "Don't listen to him."
Yeah, I told Connor, I was like, "You're not allowed to listen to these until they're played over the air." So we'll do it again.
And I do the same thing to Jake Wallman sometimes.
Yeah.
I said, "You're not allowed to listen to this."
It'll be good.
I was going to have one for you today, but things played out and it didn't happen.
Yeah, there's a very different vibe in the studio than behind the glass where Jake Wallman's sitting this morning.
We're all miserable.
Totally different vibe.
Yeah.
This guy's got a smirk on his face. We just not going to realize this.
He knows.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
And we'll talk about Tennessee and Kentucky coming up in the next segment. That's going to be.
Can we not?
No, we will.
Like, can we talk about like pickleball or something?
We'll
Look
talk.
at this guy. He is mocking me across the studio with the wave.
I'm glad he's
You
mocking.
know what? That's fine. It's my dose of my own medicine.
I'm glad
I
he's
deserve.
mocking you and not me. I've been pretty quiet this week,
Yeah, you've
despite
been-
what Joe Dubin just said.
You've been very quiet. Yes.
There was no trash talk.
I mean, there was a little bit.
A little bit,
It was friendly.
right?
Parker Kelly came after me.
Yeah, with the donut.
I'll come back at him.
Yeah.
And then Christian and I we've been hanging out all week, so it's all fun and games. It's friendly.
It is funny that the joke has been get ready for Brave season, and you guys are wearing your Cardinals stuff.
Yeah, we are
Undefeated.
Yeah, we're in sole possession of the Central, so watch out.
We will talk baseball coming up later on the show. His opening day was on Thursday. But first, let's get to our headlines here. Nick Frazier, what's going on in the world of darts?
Well, the world of darts right now is just not professional, but Premier League of darts. Nothing too spectacular about that. Stephen Bunting, the guy that comes out to Titanium for his intro, got absolutely goose-egged by Luke the Nuke Littler at 6-0 there. That was a lot of fun to watch. Let's see what else. NRL, nothing too fancy for the most part. I think the Penrith Panthers, the team that's like the New England Patriots of rugby, they're starting to fall off. Their guy, Nathan Clearly, who is kind of...
Is he the Tom Brady?
He is the Tom Brady of rugby. He's had some injuries. He had a lot of HIA injuries. There's the head injury assessment is what they call it. So poor guy. That team's just starting to fall off. Dynasty is kind of dwindling. They got a lot of young talent. My Brisbane Broncos got another win. They beat the Dolphins, which is a good thing. They're, I think, in second place or third place. So top three. It's always good. Playoff spot. What else is going on? Oh, baseball, obviously. Mookie Betts, local product. I got a text message from my dad last night saying Mookie hit 2 home runs in one game on 2 different days. I was like, well, how's that possible? He goes, well, listen, the second home run in Central Time was at 12:02. I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty good. So maybe Mookie Betts, and honestly, I'll back up a little bit. I don't know if y'all know, he's been dealing with that whole weird illness thing, losing 20+ pounds.
He looks skinny.
Yeah, he looks like he's a rookie again. I don't know if you've seen some comparison pictures when he was in Boston, but he looks like he's back at rookie ball. So glad that he hit 2 home runs last night. He mentioned there was a quote I was reading online saying that he's just very proud of that moment for himself to overcome a lot of things. So kudos to Mookie. Good job. And hopefully more in the future.
As much as I like Mookie Betts, I wish he wouldn't have done that last night.
By the way, Manuel Margot, I
safe.
saw that. He was safe.
He was safe.
Mar-a-Lago?
Manuel Margot.
Oh.
The guy that the Tigers had to sign because their starting center fielder, their backup center fielder, and their third string center fielder are all injured.
Mar-a-Lago.
But yes, the Mookie should not have gotten a chance to hit that second home run.
Yeah.
But I digress. Connor Newt, what's your headline this morning?
You're going to have to come back to me. I'm in a...
You don't have one yet?
Yeah, I don't have one yet.
Okay, I'll go. I want to talk about the transfer portal. Why is it open? Like as much as I know people have talked about the NIL and the transfer portal ruining March Madness. Why is the transfer portal open when the tournament's still going on? I understand it for football, why it has to open while there are bowl games and the college football playoff going on, because those guys have to get to their new school and sign up for classes. You're in the middle of the semester right now. No one's leaving their school right now. Why does the transfer portal have to be open? It makes no sense to me.
I can't think of a logical reason why. I think the only thing would be is if football's doing it, then let basketball do it. Let other sports do it. But at the same time, I get what you're saying, though.
I get that no one obviously is entering the portal while their team's still playing, but like, let's wait 2 days after the national championship game, open the portal.
I mean, it makes some sense. Like a lot of these guys that are transferring in are high-end mid-major guys. Kentucky got one yesterday. He got Cam Williams from Tulane transferred over. But yeah, I like a lot of the big marquee guys. Like Braden Smith is heavily rumored to come to Kentucky. I don't think he will, but he's not going to say, "Hey, I'm transferring." Well, maybe he will now, but
right. And I get that no one is leaving their school while they're still playing in the NCAA tournament, but it splits the attention. Let's focus on the games being played right now and then open the floodgates after the national championship game. Because again, with football, it makes sense because you have to get signed up for classes for the spring semester, which I think you have to enroll by like mid-December, probably somewhere around there, maybe into January.
Sounds about right.
But right now, there's no rush for these guys to get into the portal. I don't get why they're doing it. But anyway, Jake Wallman, what is your headline this morning?
Good morning, gentlemen. So my headline is it's Tennessee related, but it's not what happened last night. So Connor, you're good.
The farmer's market open?
It might be.
Okay. All
it
right.
might be.
Continuing.
It's a nice day out. Jeremy Pruitt is back in the news this week. I think it was a year or two ago in 2023, he was suing the University of Tennessee for his firing. Well, now he's going to sue the NCAA and claim that he was the sacrificial lamb that the NCAA and Tennessee conspired together to get him fired. And that's not what happened.
I believe it. I'm Team Pruitt here.
What do you mean?
I'm kidding.
Was he a PE teacher after he was done, right?
Well, yeah, he has a show cause for what? How long? Like
it's
10
like
years or
I
something?
thought it was
like
8.
Yeah. So
holy cow.
He can't get a job coaching in the NCAA until that's over. Or he can, but he would get suspended immediately.
Most recently, he was an analyst for the Giants. I don't know if he's still in that role or not.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's suing for what? $100 million in lost wages?
Yeah.
Is that what he's trying to say?
6-year show calls, $100 million in lost wages, and that he claims he was the sacrificial lamb.
He said that he has damning information that Tennessee,
I am sure
Tennessee was paying players before NIL, which is shocking that an SEC team was paying players before NIL.
How is he planning to deliver that information in a McDonald's bag?
Yeah,
is that how he's going to do
it? I don't think no one is naive enough to believe that before NIL that SEC teams weren't paying players. They were.
Everyone was.
Yeah.
AJ Brown went on Bussin' with the Boys a few years ago and said that he said it wasn't Ole Miss, but he said the day before he committed, he walked out and found a bag full of $100,000 on his doorstep from another SEC school.
Must have been by mistake.
Right. So it's like no one.
That was for grandma next door. Sorry.
I don't think Jeremy
Wrong
Pruitt
address.
is going to be, inventing the wheel with any of these allegations. So we'll see what happens with that. Connor, do you have a headline for us now?
I do.
Go ahead.
We've kind of hit on this throughout the week, but the Tennessee Titans have made a uniform change of sorts.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That I'm in support of.
I second this.
I like the blue.
I like the light blue.
I like the blue.
I don't know why people hate on it all the time.
Now, here's my one complaint. Our old uniforms are 100 times better than the new ones, especially the helmet. The white helmet. Bring back the white helmet. But I'm okay with the Titan blue. I know Jared was kind of pissy about it.
I agree with one thing Jared said. Two things. First off, not wearing the Oilers throwbacks is horrendous.
That's the downfall.
But I also agree with Jared that no one has ever called that color Titan blue.
No.
I don't know
God.
what the Titans were doing in that release, saying like in 2003, people started calling it Titans blue. And
No
like,
one is.
I have never referred to that as Titans blue. It's
No.
just light blue.
Yeah, it's light blue.
I always called the alternate blue.
Right. Like
There was never a definitive name for it.
I don't mind the light blue jerseys. Like I'm fine with that being the primary color, but getting rid of the Oilers throwbacks or not wearing the Oilers throwbacks is a
That's-
travesty.
Especially when you're trying to build something coming into a new stadium. Those uniforms are wildly popular, not just here, around the league. Everyone loves the Oilers uniforms, except if you live in Houston. Why would you get rid of that? That's a selling point to come watch your team with most likely your new franchise quarterback and Cam Ward.
I think Jared is right that Amy Adams Strunk is embarrassed that they've lost to the Texans twice wearing those uniforms.
That is true.
Maybe so. I'm thinking it more of a business mindset of like, oh, we're going to sit down at the table. Let's look at the actual numbers of our pro shop. Are we really selling the home jerseys, the navy blue, this much? How much are we selling from the Love You Blue jerseys, the away jersey? What's the profit margin on each of these?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of how it's been looked at. Obviously, I'm looking a little too far into it probably, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is the logical reason.
Now I second, maybe I guess third, Jared and TD. They got to roll out those red ones.
The red ones. Yeah.
Oh, even, I mean, you could wear the red tops, keep your helmet and wear the navy pants
Just one time.
once.
Roll out the red uniforms. And if it's horrible, we'll never do it again. But the fact that they sell those and have never worn them,
They're so,
I
they're
would
so
love-
sweet.
I own a Marcus Mariota one
Really?
of the red.
New or old?
New. I
Okay.
bought it in like 2019, the year before he got benched.
Yeah.
And I have Levis taped over Mariota right now.
You can probably get rid of that now.
Yeah, I think I can get rid of
think
that
it'd be
one.
good.
I think both of those guys are probably done.
Just put like a P squad on
Will
the back
Levis
of
is
it.
the reason I don't buy name
Yeah,
jerseys anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's an all-time bad purchase.
Yeah, Titans. I'm perfectly fine with the light blue uniforms being the primary, but yes, we need Oilers. We need red.
I mean, my favorite is the Stormtrooper.
Yeah,
They roll out. All white. It looks even better with
the
white
white helmet. Yeah, we need the white helmets back. I think that I'm starting the petition. Bring back the white helmets and red uniforms.
Yep,
let's do
and
it.
Oilers uniforms.
All right, let's get to our question of the day. I was racking my brain on the way over here for a question of the day, and I was thinking, I don't know if you guys have watched it. I've been getting really into The White Lotus, which is airing right now. I think there's a couple episodes left. They come out on Sundays. Such a good show, and they develop the characters well. So my question of the day is, who is your favorite television character of all time? There are so many good options. I feel like we'll get some good feedback on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025. If you want to let us know who is your favorite television character of all time, we'd love to hear from you. We'll get to our answers coming up at 10 o'clock, and you can call in then as well. Again, the number is 615-737-1025. We are off and rolling here on this Saturday morning. When we come back, Connor, sadly, we have to get into basketball. You only wanted to talk March Madness last week.
It's over now.
Just rip off the Band-Aid.
We're going to get into March Madness. The Elite Eight are set. We got 2 Elite Eight games today, 2 tomorrow to set the Final 4 coming up next weekend. We'll talk March Madness right after this on 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. This week's Nashville's best deal is Boom Ba's Pizza and Watch Bar. Just in time for the NCAA tournament, score half off a $30 gift card. Enjoy their award-winning pizza and handcrafted beverages. Visit them in Nashville, Spring Hill, or Murfreesboro. Visit thegamenashville.com/deals now while supplies last. 4's company on this Saturday morning. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, and Jake Wallman with you. We're going to get into March Madness. The Elite Eight are set after wins last night for, let's see if I can go through them all in my head. Tennessee, then we got Houston late against Purdue. Auburn beat Michigan, and Michigan State beat Ole Miss. That's the four.
Can just hear
there we go. The gears were grinding in my head. I'm trying to go back through them. So we'll get to that in a second. But our question of the day today is, who is your favorite TV show character of all time? We'll get to our answers at 10 o'clock. We have Jimmy on our phone lines, driven by Wilson County Hyundai, who wants to chime in. Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey, I grew up in the 80s, so my favorite was Magnum P.I. I mean, what's better than driving around a Ferrari and living on the beach in Hawaii?
That is a good one. We've got a couple texts on our text line, too, of some of the shows from back then. Thank you for the call, Jimmy. We, again, will get to our answers coming up at the top of the 10 o'clock hour. Let's get to our March Madness talk here with the Elite Eight set. We've got 2 games coming up later today to set spots in the Final Four and 2 tomorrow. We can only start with one spot, Tennessee and Kentucky. After Kentucky beat the Vols twice in the regular season, Tennessee with a commanding victory pretty much from start to finish last night. Connor Newt, your thoughts?
I mean, this is tough. I'm not going to act like I don't even know. See, I'm choking up. I don't even know what to say.
It's all right.
This was a special season for Kentucky. A lot of doubt headed in for me. First year head coach, a lot of guys no one wanted in the portal kind of came here, and then look at the result. 8 top 15 victories, a Sweet 16 run, which hasn't been done in 6 years from a Kentucky head coach. Just a special team. And of course, it hurts more that it's to Tennessee. I have had more people light me up in my DMs and in my personal text line than ever before, which is another issue in yourself. Just be respectful. Like, I understand it's a big win for you, but like, people are human, you know? And this isn't me being, a coward or not being able to take it. This is part of being a sports fan. I understand, but just what a special team. What a time. There's light at the end of the tunnel. We'll be back. Trust me. It only gets bigger from here. I'm stuttering like crazy because I'm choked up a little bit. I'm kind of emotional. I think my sadness is I got nothing now. The Cardinals are in action, but I mean,
It's all right. It's gonna be a good year.
I got WrestleMania coming up. That's about it.
The end of a season is tough because it's like you invest a lot into it, and then just all of a sudden it's done.
Especially for this team, because Kentucky basketball is like, if I had to pick one sport to watch for the rest of my life, that would be it.
Yeah.
So now it's over till November, and I don't know what to do with my life anymore. But credit to Tennessee, they played a hell of a game. Zakiya Ziegler. Granted, I have personal issues with him now for flipping off my logo, but he played a hell of a game. And this is my thing. It's hard not to respect Rick Barnes. I can't look at Rick Barnes and say he's not a good man or he's not a good coach, because he is. And I respect him for that. I respect him for what he's done in his career. It just sucks that now Tennessee owns a win over Kentucky in the Sweet 16.
Right. That's one where it's like, you win that game and you kind of have bragging rights for a long time until something else changes. So,
I knew it going in. If Tennessee was going to win, it doesn't matter what you say. Kentucky won the season 2-1, but they'll come back with you. Well, we got the one that mattered. And my opinion is, I don't know. It matters, of course, but it'll matter a lot less when you get eliminated later on.
Tennessee moves on to the Elite Eight for the second straight year, trying to reach their first Final Four in program history. Almost had a rematch of last year with Purdue.
That would have been funny.
Houston scoring on that beautiful inbounds play at the very end of the game to win 62-60 last night over Purdue. So could have gotten a Volunteers Boilermakers reunion minus Zach Edey and Dalton Connect in the Elite Eight tomorrow. Instead, it's Tennessee and Houston. That'll be a 1:20 Central Time tip on CBS. So excited for that one. See if Tennessee can get to the Final Four finally. And a chance for an all SEC Final Four. We could have the 4 teams that were the Final Four in the SEC tournament be the Final Four in the NCAA tournament, which
what sucks?
Crazy.
I got 7 of the 8 correct.
Really?
Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even Tennessee, I got right. I put them down thinking if I reverse the powers of the universe, then Kentucky's gonna win. And then they didn't.
I think I got 6 of the 8. I'm trying to think of which ones I don't have.
Well, I want to ask you while you're thinking of that. Last week, Connor brought up the, I guess, letter grade of the SEC had a lot of bids into this, NCAA tournament. What would you give a letter grade now that you have majority of them still in the hunt for a potential national championship? What's your letter grade on the SEC in this NCAA tournament?
It's an A. I mean, I think that after the first 2 days, the first round, it wasn't looking great because they went 8-6.
Well, keep in mind we hadn't started the Sweet 16 when we said this.
Right. No, I understand.
Yeah.
So they were 8-6 heading into the round of 32, which when you're the quote unquote best conference ever, that's not great. But then 7 of those 8 won and made it to the Sweet 16. And now you've got 4 of the 7 have moved on to the Elite Eight. And Ole Miss was hanging in there. And obviously one of Kentucky or Tennessee had to lose too.
Yeah.
And Arkansas almost beat Texas Tech. So you like feasibly could have had 6 of the Elite Eight be from the SEC. And one of the 2 is like, hey, one of Kentucky and Tennessee had to lose.
Can we talk about Arkansas now?
Crazy.
Because that was funny.
Yes.
Let's
talk about it.
Maybe this is the bitter Wildcat in me coming out, and maybe that's okay right now. But that was the most John Calipari game I have ever seen in my lifetime.
I mean, losing that game. How would you have been more upset this morning if Kentucky had lost and you knew that Coach Cal was playing for a spot in the Final Four today?
100%. I mean, I think that is what's easing my pain a little bit is technically, if you look at the power rank or the standings, Kentucky has finished higher than Arkansas this year.
There you go.
So that's my one win.
It's a win.
It's the small victories.
Well, and Arkansas, if they had won, Florida would have boat raced them today.
I think Florida might boat race Texas Tech.
They could. Florida's good. And how about Alabama? Hit 25 threes?
That is correct.
That's
on
why I'm
Thursday
scared.
night?
That's why I'm scared they are going to come out and shoot colder than a banker's heart.
Right,
today.
against Duke.
Like it's just
there is a
You never heard
chance
that?
that
No,
we
I've never
get
heard
an
that.
all SEC Final Four, which would be crazy. But you need upsets. You need Tennessee to beat Houston. You need Alabama to beat Duke. But it's not like getting to a point where you could realistically say, when you're in the Elite Eight, saying all 4 teams could be from one conference. I think that's an A for the SEC, even if Alabama and Tennessee don't pull it off.
Do you think this conference will be this deep ever again?
I don't know. It's tough to repeat getting 14 of 16 teams in
Yeah.
and 7 out of the Sweet 16. Like, it's never been done before. So realistically, probably not. But I don't think that the SEC is going anywhere in terms of being the best.
Maybe some teams. I think Arkansas will get better.
Yeah.
Texas A&M, are you following the news on them?
Yeah, Buzz Williams checked the calendar, realized he had been somewhere for 5 years and decided to dip.
Yeah.
I think Missouri is going to digress a little bit.
I do too.
Just something about those.
I think
mid-tier.
I'll give you a
SEC
hot one.
teams.
I think Alabama might digress a little bit.
Yeah.
I could see that.
They're losing a lot of talent next year, including Mark Sears. I don't know how well they've recruited. Nate Oates is a solid recruiter, but I don't know. They've proved me wrong time and time again. So, but I just don't think the recruiting and the talent is there as much as it is this year.
If they're recruiting anything like Rick Pitino, they're going to have some digression for sure.
Yeah.
Rick
Did
Pitino.
you guys hear his little press conference? We got a lot of seniors on the team. We have no reason to recruit any high school players. I'm like, oh
Okay.
boy.
That is kind of what it's becoming now, though. you bring in these high school freshmen, and it's like, why would I bring in a guy and develop him when I can go get a ready-made product in the transfer
That's the
portal?
thing.
And pay him X money. that-
Right.
Yeah.
Basketball is not like football. Basketball, you can bring in 3-4 recruits and be just fine and get
Right.
some guys in the portal and hopefully retain some of your guys. Football, you got to bring in 35 is the max, apparently, as the game suggests.
Yeah. I mean, football, you have to build a team, and that can't be done solely through the transfer portal. But look at Mark Byington this year with Vanderbilt.
Mhm.
There was only one player in his rotation, J.Q. Roberts, who was only kind of in the rotation. He didn't play every single game, who was on the team the year before. Everybody else was a transfer, and he got them to the NCAA tournament.
Let me ask you a Vanderbilt question. Jason Edwards,
Yeah,
what's going on there?
I guess the rumors are he's going into the portal. I guess, would that be his 5th school in 5 years? I don't know.
Does that hurt?
But I did
Hurt
see,
his asking price a little bit.
I did see the rumors are that he is open to coming back to Vanderbilt, but he's exploring his options. So we'll see how that works out.
So another guy from Vanderbilt that entered the portal, right? 6'8", forward.
Yeah,
The
J.Q.
freshman.
Roberts.
Yeah.
Karis Bilal.
Yeah.
He entered 13 minutes after the game ended,
That
but
was funny.
he hadn't played all year. So,
Makes sense.
but we'll see what happens with Vandy. I think Byington's probably going to hit the portal hard again. I think they've already had a couple of visits, so we'll see. See if they can take the next step forward after making it back to the big dance this season. 615-737-1025 is our phone number if you want to chime in. Our phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Tune in today to 94.9 The Fan for Vanderbilt baseball as the Commodores host Arkansas. Pregame begins at 1:45. First pitch is at 2. Coverage also available on the Game Nashville app and at thegamenashville.com. Talking more March Madness on the other side. 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Tune in to 94.9 The Fan today as the Nashville Sounds take on Jacksonville. Pregame begins at 6:20. First pitch at 6:35. Coverage also available on the Game Nashville app and at thegamenashville.com. Sounds baseball on 94.9 The Fan, presented by Twin Peaks and Family Leisure. Man, this is like Game of Thrones style of the weekend. Is that?
This is,
It kind of sounds like you're like a pirate out at sea.
like this sounds like something you would hear on like Assassin's Creed or something.
Yeah,
Hey, that's
but
a good
it's
game. Don't get me wrong.
Those are great.
blinding lights. by
Don't
the
be hating
weekend.
on my song choices this morning.
You know,
gentlemen.
you always keep us on our toes.
It's a
Matt.
good
That's
song
beautiful.
choice, but the song choice of the style is like.
I was very confused to hear the that melody with the lute or whatever is
This,
being
you know what
played.
this
I don't know
sounds
what
like?
that is.
You know what this sounds like? This sounds like the kind of music the teacher would put on while you're doing silent reading
Yeah,
time
that's it. Yeah,
Or a kindergarten nap. One of the
or a
two.
kindergarten nap.
Yeah.
Yep.
it's a good one.
Both don't sound bad right now.
We got Newt's notes coming up in the next segment. Connor going to rant about something. I'm not quite sure yet.
I'm going to do something different today.
Awesome.
I'm going to double up on topics. I'm going to go the Ian Safar method.
Wow. Yeah, that's true. When we gave Ian's insights,
He just rolled them
Ian,
off.
Ian was just rattling them off one at a time.
I can't stand when people do sing-alongs at sporting
Yeah.
events.
No, Ian had those locked and loaded.
I know.
That was fun when we got to do that.
They had been sitting for a while.
Filling
on
in
it.
for Jared on Stillman and Company last year. Back to March Madness here. Again, we've talked about it's possible to have an all SEC Final Four. 2 games today, 2 games tomorrow. Still have the 2-1 seeds, Florida and Auburn out of the SEC. They will face Texas Tech and Michigan State, respectively. And then we have the 2 seeds, Alabama facing Duke later today, and Tennessee taking on Houston tomorrow afternoon. How are we feeling about this Elite Eight? I know it's been, I don't want to say it's been a boring tournament because there's been a lot of excitement, but a very chalky tournament. But that does lead to the good games later on. Like
That's why I'm okay with it.
UNC Villanova, looking back at the Final Four a couple of years ago, like Baylor Gonzaga in the COVID year, those were the 2 best teams all year long. I'm glad that we got that national championship instead of an upset or something like that.
This is something my dad and I were talking about last night. We are like, now that Kentucky's gone, where's our interest? He's like, I am okay with the higher seeds winning just so we get bigger matchups and better matchups down the line. Because it kind of, not that you lose interest, but it's a different feel when your team isn't in it anymore. You probably know now, Frazier, your team.
It's the first round.
Yeah.
Yep.
But you kind of just want to see these marquee matchups. Like I am super excited to watch Alabama and Duke today.
Going to be a great game.
Going to be awesome. Florida and who do they play? Don't tell me. I'll figure this out. Florida
They
and
would have played Arkansas.
Texas Tech.
Yeah, there you go.
That one might not be as good. But tomorrow, I mean, Tennessee, Houston will be really good. Why do I always blank on these games? Michigan State is going to, or no, Auburn won. Auburn, Michigan State will be good.
Michigan State would have been
That
fun
would have been
too.
even more
Get a
fun.
rivalry matchup for a spot in the Final Four.
Don't come after me and say I don't know ball because I'm going through it right now. But to my point, I feel like these games are just going to be more fun to watch because they're higher matchups and they're going to do ratings. That's another thing.
Right. We didn't get Florida Auburn in the SEC championship thanks to the Vols. So we might get that in the Final Four,
Mhm.
which would be a phenomenal game. And then on the other side, let's say Duke comes out. A national championship of Duke against either Florida versus Auburn might be an all-time classic.
Yeah.
So I love the chaos, and we got a little bit of it. You know, McNeese beat Clemson.
Drake.
Arkansas almost going to the Elite Eight. Drake beating Missouri. What were some other upsets? New Mexico made it to the round of 32, and they had Michigan State on the ropes there for a little bit.
Mhm.
So there's been some good games and some upsets. We just haven't had the St. Peter's or Fairleigh
The
Dickinson.
definitive Cinderella.
Right.
And
There's
I don't
that.
think you're going to have that as much. I'll just say that.
Just with this new era of like NIL
Yeah.
and college basketball.
I'll take one of my topics I was going to use for noon toast. Let's talk about this right now.
Okay.
The Cinderella, it's not as going to be as prominent as it is or it has been in the past.
Okay.
And that's just because of the transfer portal. A lot of these mid-major guys on these Cinderella teams from past teams were usually 4 to 5 year guys.
Yeah.
Now they're getting recognized. Say they're a second-year guy in the tournament. They're getting seen and shown the money to go to a big Power 4 conference team. I'm not saying Cinderella is dead you're still going to have some upsets because that's just how this tournament works.
Yeah.
You have one bad game and you're out, but it's certainly it's not going to be the same.
The separation between the Power 4, Power 5 with the Big East and the mid-majors is growing.
Now, to kind of take from what Jared was saying the other day, this is kind of why I wanted to do two topics because I didn't want to hit on the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Jared says it's not ruined because, you still have that. I agree with him. Look at 22. You had St. Peter's. 23, you had Fairleigh Dickinson upsetting number 1 Purdue for only the second time in history, a 16 beat a 1. I think they made it to the Sweet 16 that year.
They did. I just want to – the other time a 16 beat a 1, I'm forgetting.
Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe it was that one team.
Oh, right. It was when Virginia lost by 20 to
Yeah,
16 seed. Just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, there you go. There's hokey hate going on here.
We don't talk about what happened the next year, but they did lose to a 16 seed.
23, unfortunately, you had Oakland.
Yeah.
But Oakland made it to the round of 32 and upset a pretty, I'd say, contender of a Kentucky team with Reed Shepherd and Rob Dillingham, who were stupidly coming off the bench. But my point is, I don't think the Cinderella is dead, but it's definitely not going to be the same as it was. You're not going to have Florida Gulf Coast going to the Elite Eight anymore.
Well, you also need to hit your shots if you're a Cinderella team. Like, that's how you beat the big boys, the 2 seeds, the 3 seeds. You got to get hot from outside, and none of the quote unquote Cinderellas got hot enough to make plays. And
who would you say? How every year we have a Cinderella hero. Who would you say it is this year? And then I'll tell you mine.
You make me have to look around.
I know. I'm trying to think.
I'll just tell you mine.
Yeah, go.
Amir Khan.
Yeah. Oh, with
Not a basketball player, but yes, that's understandable.
Did you guys revisit our picks for the Cinderellas from 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
Oh, we all.
Yeah,
I mean, you
I
did the
think we all
best.
flopped.
McNeese got to the round of 32. Drake did too.
Yep.
Akron got
I had
Akron
Lipscomb.
lost. Yeah, you had Lipscomb. So we both got to the round of 32.
That's how we
there
do
we
it.
go.
Yep.
I was going to go VCU if I didn't go McNeese. I thought VCU was going to beat BYU.
Parker Kelly was heavy on the Rams.
Yeah,
he was very upset.
I've got some friends who live in Richmond, and they'd been talking up VCU all year long, so I think it got in my head. Yeah. That was one of the only mistakes I made in that region of the bracket.
Oh, so. I made a handful of mistakes in my bracket. I will say this about his Cinderella comment. You make a good point about how those players that go to the tournament, they make a name for themselves and then make the jump to a Power 4 team. It's almost like a feeder system in this new college basketball era. You make a name
These
for
mid-majors
yourself.
are like AAA.
Yeah. You make a name for yourself, you get known, then you get promoted because the money's shown. Like it's like almost like a baseball feeder system.
That is
right.
An excellent point.
And like we talked about Rick Pitino saying, I'm not going to recruit any high school kids. It's like high school used to be the quote unquote feeder. Now it's, all right, let's just dig down to a mid-major and take their best player, and he's going to become and be our third best player. And
in my opinion, if you're going to really invest in the NIL and invest in this system, this new type of system without recruiting high school players, go look at Division III. Go look at Division II. I would love to see some smaller market schools get some of these transfers from those teams and go to a Power 4, I guess, college, because at that point you get them on a cheaper deal, you're saving money, and your ROI is huge.
Yeah, that is true.
That's just me.
It's going to be interesting how this era sorts itself out, because we are going to still see Cinderellas, but is it going to be more like this on a regular basis where you do have all 1, 2, and 3 seeds in the Elite Eight? Who knows? I mean, we almost got a 10, but they were an SEC team, so not quite the same as a Cinderella. 615-737-1025 is the phone number. 2 Elite Eight games today, 2 tomorrow, as we set the Final Four next week. It's San Antonio, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Tune into Sports Talk 8:30 tomorrow for the NASCAR Cup Series, Cookout 400 at 1 p.m. Coverage also available at the Game Nashville app and at thegamenashville.com. Newt's Notes coming up next year on 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. It's 9:45 on a Saturday. 4's company. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Jake Wellman. But as you can hear, it's all about Connor Newt. Go ahead.
All right. Sponsored by Music City Bets, apparently. They are my biggest fan.
Oh,
As of
wow.
now.
I thought you actually had a sponsor for
No,
a second. I was like, man, did you sell this? And we had no idea.
If Rick Merritt would like to sponsor, I'm open for business. He was all over me yesterday, man. He was in a good way. Like he was just responding to everything I was putting out there, reposting. I was like, I appreciate you. He's a good man. And then Joe Dubin came after me, but that's not what I want to talk about. There's a narrative that is going around that needs to stop. And I'll preface this by saying I'm not attacking my university. I would never do that. I love the Blue Raiders. I love Middle Tennessee State University. But this whole you can only cheer for the school you went to needs to stop. I have been a Kentucky fan since I was 5 years old. I remember vividly sitting on the floor watching John Wall and DeMarcus Cousins and Eric Bledsoe and that whole team go crazy. I've been watching them for 15 years at this point, watching every game. I'm not going to openly leave my fan base to a smaller school just because I attended. That's just not how this works. The logic doesn't apply elsewhere, does it? Like, I didn't play for the Tennessee Titans. Does that mean I can't root for them? I don't know. I just don't understand this logic. And again, I am not attacking the university. I love Blue Raider basketball. I covered Blue Raider basketball this year. I love Blue Raider football. Love mid-major football in general. But this narrative, it's got to go away. Let people like what they like, you know?
I agree with you because especially
But your opinion doesn't matter because you attended the school you cheer for.
I
Neither does his.
I think that yes, you can root for whoever you want to, regardless of what school you went to, as long as they're not in the same conference.
Yes.
I will say that because we had at Virginia Tech, there were some people who would show up in the student section when we played Duke wearing Duke jerseys.
that's
And
that's bad.
I'm like, you cannot cheer for Duke. You go to an ACC school. But they grew up Duke fans, so they root for Duke basketball. So I agree with you. You can root for whoever you want, but if I see you wearing, like, I guess if you're at MTSU and you're wearing Western stuff,
No.
walking around campus, that's not
No, that is 100%.
That was my question. What if you go to one school but you're the fan of the other? But you guys answered that, so never mind.
We did indeed.
We
I
did.
see. I have a little bit of a grace period when it comes to, or I guess like a hall pass, because I went to a community college and then transferred to MTSU, and I was still a Mississippi State fan through and through since, like Connor saying, since grade school. So nobody really heckled me about it. Nonetheless, I wasn't really, upfront about it, I guess, like very public. So I don't know. I'm with you though, because there is that little narrative of like, listen, you cheer for this school, you go to this school. At the same time, though, like you grow up going and watching other teams.
Dude, this is one I've been holding back for so long because I didn't know if I was going to get in trouble. But
Express it, please.
like, I seriously, I don't want to burn any bridges or any of that. But
It's no bridges burned.
I feel like growing up in SEC country, everybody has their team, and it's like if you don't go to an SEC school, you're still going to have your team.
yeah, it's weird though because you forget those teams are actually students of the school.
Right,
Like, I feel like we kind of unintentionally treat them as professionals.
right.
And they are professionals in a roundabout way in today's day and age. You're getting paid to go play basketball or football or baseball or whatever. But it's just, there's a different pride when it comes to cheering for a college team. Maybe it's just because I'm in SEC country and I'm an SEC boy, but there's just a different, and the Titans suck right now, but there's just a different pride I have in looking at, man, I can't wait for college football to start as opposed to the NFL, or I can't wait for college basketball to start as opposed to the NBA, or, well, MLB. I like MLB more than college baseball.
There's a different pageantry when it comes to those sports.
It
Like-
just
like
means more.
Yes, it
Bingo.
does.
It does. It's what they coin everything with.
I mean, and it is true. Not having not grown up in SEC country, I was an ACC boy. It's like, yes, we care about college sports out there, but I think everybody cared more about the NFL in Virginia. Like, if you had to ask most of my college friends, would you rather have a Commanders Super Bowl or a Virginia Tech national championship? They'd go Commanders Super Bowl 10 times out of 10. But around here, that's not the case.
Yeah.
I think if you asked any Vols fan, any Kentucky fan, would you rather have a national championship in football or basketball or a Titan Super Bowl? It wouldn't even be close. So it's a good point. It's a good point. Let's go to our phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Rick Merritt is on the
Yes.
line. He was listening and he called in. Rick, good morning. What you got for us?
Yeah, how y'all doing today?
Oh,
Oh.
hi,
Hey,
Joe.
Ricky.
All right. Well, that was a quick call.
Well, we know who that was.
Yes, not Rick Merritt, but appreciate the call in there. I wonder what he was going to say. I shouldn't have said his name.
Yeah. Well, we've been warned about that before.
You're about to get a text.
Yeah,
for
you
your-
are.
I'm sure I am.
Yeah, you are.
Anyways, back to your fandom thing. I don't know. I feel like if you have those smaller market schools, like he's talking about the mid majors, that just don't get the same attention as an SEC school, that's the issue you're going to run into. But I mean, I cheer for both schools. I'm a graduate of
Yeah.
MTSU. I'm a Blue Raider through and through.
No,
It runs
I'm
in my veins.
a Blue Raider too.
Yeah.
I mean, I worked for him this year.
Yeah.
Which
I did some sports reporting when I was at MTSU. It was awesome.
I go to school there. You have to have pride, although they don't really want to, never mind. It just frustrates me that that's a narrative. And
I do say I love the American flag white helmets they do with the decal.
they don't do that anymore.
Really,
Yeah.
where have I been?
I don't know.
I mean, I thought that was used last season. I guess not.
Maybe they did.
You know what?
You're right.
We have some power here. Let's bring that back.
Bring it back.
Tennessee. Let's bring it back.
I do like the baseball team does their camo
Yes.
jerseys.
Those
are
go
sweet.
hard.
Those are sweet.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
Really, you don't
Not a
like
fan.
them?
I don't like camo in general.
The-
Like when
the-
Vanderbilt does it on Sundays, I understand it.
Yeah.
It's a cool message and stuff,
Yeah.
but
Vandy has the whole
The
green.
the Vandy
Yeah.
Black with gold pinstripes is an
Oh, it's
elite
awesome.
uniform too.
Yes.
That's
Oh,
a
it's so-
great one.
when I think of Vandy military, I remember in 2019 I went to Vanderbilt in Kentucky with Lynn Bowden, your favorite, as quarterback.
You should
Vandy
have gotten tossed.
Vandy wore green. They wore the green jerseys with black nameplates and anchor helmets. I was like, this is a cool look. Not a fan of the green, but it's a cool look.
That's another thing I think you can add to this conversation is college sports. When you say it just means more, they have more variety.
They
Like
do.
when it comes to uniforms, it gets the whole community engaged.
Yes.
That just brings another dynamic to it.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. And everybody root for whoever you want.
Dude, this was my Jared segment. Maybe this is my heel turn.
There you go.
Maybe this is the heel turn I've been waiting for.
It's the John Cena heel turn.
The I am the game. That's Chase's thing. That's not my thing. I can't claim it.
You'll find your heel.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah, we'll get there.
615-737-1025 is our phone number. Coming up, we're going to answer our question of the day. Who is your favorite television character of all time? We've got some answers on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Again, 615-737-1025. You can text or call. Hour number 2, 4's Company coming up here on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. 4's Company, hour number 2 on this Saturday. Extended show today. We're with you up until 11:30 a.m. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman. 4's Company is brought to you by LPL Financial Nashville and Patrick Conger. Investment advice for you in the short term and for the future. We are broadcasting from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios, home of the $99 yearly BI membership, where the buzz is always about great service. Plenty to get to here at hour number 2. We're going to talk some Titans. Cam Ward had his pro day earlier this week. We'll talk about whether the Titans have pretty much locked it in, made their decision that they're going to take the Miami quarterback at number 1. And also, opening day was on Thursday. We'll dive into the MLB a little bit later on in the show. But first, our question of the day. Who is your favorite television character of all time? Plenty of great options out there. We've got some answers on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025 if you want to chime in. Let's go to our phone lines, as Trey is on the line right now. Trey, good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all this morning?
Doing great.
well.
Hey, my favorite character is George off of Seinfeld. Seinfeld's my
Great
favorite
one.
show.
George Costanza, baby.
And here's the reason why. I was Ubering about 3 years ago, and I was at the airport, and I picked up this older gentleman. I was like, who is this guy? He started talking to me. Well, he is the composer for Seinfeld, Jonathan Wolf, and we had a nice conversation. He also did Married with Children. He's done over 250 shows, and he's a resident of Kentucky.
Wow.
And he's a nice man. So I would have to say I love Seinfeld and George.
That's
And
a
y'all
great
have
answer.
a good day.
You too,
Thank
Trey.
you,
Thanks for
buddy.
calling. Yeah, George Costanza is a good one. Seinfeld in general is just
I
Art
used to not
Vandelay.
like.
I mean, such a great other character inside the show. Art Vandelay. He's a builder instructor.
He's
something
an
like
he's an architect.
that. Architect.
He's a marine biologist.
That's correct.
He is. I don't know if he used the name for the hand model.
No,
I don't think he did, but
that was another funny bit off the show. Yeah,
I haven't
George
watched
Costanza.
enough Seinfeld to know what you're talking
Connor,
about.
you would love
You'd love
Seinfeld.
I've seen bits and pieces. I think it's really funny, but
I've never watched it all the way through.
Yeah, I haven't
because like
either.
there isn't a plot, right? Like
Yeah.
there's no actual plot. It's a show about nothing, but it's hilarious.
now
So-
I think George Costanza's dad is hilarious.
Yeah, it's Ben
yes.
Stiller's father. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's now deceased actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I
Ben-
believe so.
Jerry Stiller. He's on King of Queens too.
Right.
Another great show.
King of Queens is funny.
That is a good one. Ben Stiller directing Severance. Have you guys watched that at all?
No, but I've heard
No.
such good
No
things about it.
spoilers out there. I have 3 episodes left. It's really good.
Yeah.
You guys should watch it.
I don't even know what it's about.
The premise of it is like they put a chip in your brain so that your consciousness is separated between your personal life and your work. So when you go to work, you have an inside person, and that person does all the work. And then the outside person, when they come up the elevator, you
Yeah, but what now?
I was,
an innie. That's what
My-
it's called.
my-
They call it innie and outie.
my
I
brain was somewhere else.
I may need one of those chips to like
You should-
differentiate.
You should watch it. It's a very confusing show, but once you get into it, it's very entertaining. I got 3 episodes left.
How many seasons?
2.
It's 2.
Yeah, the second season just ended like a week ago.
So this is like, I look at TV shows like I compare them to like diamonds and rings and stuff like that. So this is a 14 karat gold diamond ring. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Because
It's
there's not a lot of seasons, a minimal amount of episodes.
It's like 9 episodes in the first season, I think 10 in the second. So
Okay.
and they're an hour. So we've been watching for about a month now, and we've gotten through almost all of it. And that's just watching when we can. So
Okay.
very good. Should watch it. Let's go to Eric on our phone lines with his answer. Eric, thanks for calling. Who is your favorite television character of all time?
Well, guys, I'm 61 years old, so a lot of my characters I grew up like during the 70s. Because if you remember, for a long time, African Americans were never shown on television. And when I grew up during the 70s, my favorite shows were the Norman Lear shows, and I'm talking about like All in the Family, The Jeffersons, and Sanford and Son. But if I had to pick one character, of course, and this kind of a controversial character, but it was hilarious to me at the time, and I get why some people didn't like his character, and that was Jimmy J.J. Walker from Good Times, with the dynamite and just all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I do know that. Yeah.
Yeah. He got into it, of course, with his dad, and the show to me was at its best when the John Ames character was on there. But they killed him off because apparently there was a lot of tension on the set between him and the producers and the way the show was run, and him and Norman Lear and also Esro. They just didn't like. A lot of times they felt like that Jimmy Walker was becoming the star of the show, but it of course, it just his character was just so goofy and all that type of stuff, and but he was a great artist and all that type of stuff. But it was hilarious. But of course, I understand why some people felt the way they did about his character. But that was to me, it was that particular character.
That's a great
Guys,
one.
I'll get off. Y'all take care. We'll talk again soon.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Eric. Another good answer. Again, our question of the day: who is your favorite television character of all time? On our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, Devin and Dixon says Jack Bauer in 24 was an awesome, complex character. His favorite, Kiefer Sutherland, nailed it. My parents love 24.
My dad loves 24.
I have never tried it, but that's one that I would like to watch. My dad had like the full VCR box set of 24.
I think my dad has it too.
So that's a good one. Joey from Bellevue says Carlton Banks and Steve Urkel. Both good ones too.
Carlton's Fresh Prince.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah,
And
then
Family
Urkel
Matters.
is
Family Matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever watched all of those all the way through, but I've definitely seen episodes of both of those. Jack in Rivergate is on our phone lines, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, with an answer. Jack, thanks for calling. What you got?
Well, for me, my favorite will always be Don Johnson's portrayal of Sonny Crockett from Miami Vice.
That's a good one. I don't know if I've seen an episode or two of Miami Vice.
The all white suit.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks for calling, Jack. Good answer all around from our phone lines. Let's get to our answers here. Nick Frazier, who is your favorite TV character of all time?
I've been thinking about this and going through TV shows I've watched. I mean, it's like a 1A, 1B type situation, but Tony Soprano, James Gandolfini.
I knew you were going Nani.
Sopranos.
Yeah.
I've never watched The Sopranos.
I'm
Incredible.
into season 3 now. Slowly watching it.
Incredible. If I had to go a 1B, I mean, Trey mentioned it. George Costanza is up there for me. I don't know if he's in the ones, though. Maybe Dwight or Michael Scott.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Those are good ones, too.
I'm not going to steal any others, but those the three for me.
That's solid. Connor?
Oh, I love Ron Swanson.
Great one. Yeah,
Maybe
that's an underrated one from Parks and Rec.
Maybe my favorite. Chandler Bing is always a good one from Friends.
Yep.
I mean, on a more serious note of serious shows, I love Coach Taylor from Friday Night Lights.
Eric Taylor,
yes. Who's awesome. I love Friday Night Lights. I'm on season 3.
Tim Riggins would be another
Tim
one.
Riggins is awesome. Love me some Lila Garrity too. Yeah. I mean, I'm more of a sitcom guy.
Yeah.
Like, I love to throw them on and just kind of sit back. Barney Stinson would be another one.
Stinson's another good one.
Yeah. But I mean, if I'm getting into a serious show, I need character development. Friday Night Lights has some of the best character development I've ever seen in a show.
Yeah. Riggins, Coach Eric Taylor, Matt Saracen's an okay character.
Yeah, he's all right. Jason Street.
Yeah, I never liked Jason.
I didn't
Street
either.
that much.
I thought he was kind of arrogant.
Yeah, I didn't like Jason.
Who's I haven't gotten there yet, but I know Michael B. Jordan comes into it later.
Oh, you haven't finished it?
Mm-mm.
Oh, those last 2 seasons are good.
Yeah.
I
need to get back into it.
Yeah,
I just finished season 2 with it. It was the whole murder one.
Gotcha.
Where
yeah.
what's his name?
Season 2 is a little bit strange.
Yeah.
But season 3, 1, 3, 4, and 5 are all good.
Yeah.
With Luke Cafferty coming in, and
Luke Cafferty.
he plays middle linebacker and looks exactly like Luke Kuechly. It's hilarious.
Really?
His name is Luke Cafferty. So yeah, keep watching that one. For me, I've got 2 that come to mind immediately. Jon Snow from Game of Thrones is.
I haven't watched Game of Thrones yet either.
You should. Jon Snow is an elite character. I think he's my number 1. The other one that comes to mind, have you guys ever seen the show Psych?
I love Psych.
I've heard of that.
Sean Spencer is one of my favorite characters ever. I think James Roday, who's also a big Titans fan, actually.
Yeah.
I think James Roday was that's a role he was born to play.
Yeah. We used to watch Psych when we were kids because it came on.
Wasn't that an early 2000s TV show, right?
Yeah, that was like late 2000s. Have you ever watched Chuck, Lyman?
I have seen a little bit of it. I think I tried to start it. One of my friends
You would really like
is a
it.
huge fan of Chuck.
You would really like it. It's one I have to finish too. It's Zachary Levi.
Yeah.
When he first started, he's funny. It's a really
I
funny
might have
show.
to get into that. I'm
I
right
haven't
now.
watched
I'm
that either.
It's one of my
I'm-
dad's favorites.
I'm juggling so many shows right now.
I am
with
too.
White Lotus and Severance, and then I just started watching The Righteous Gemstones on
I've
HBO
heard-
Max.
Oh yes,
It's funny.
it is hilarious.
It's a
I gotta
funny
start.
show.
I gotta start the latest season.
And then what's another? Oh, and The Sopranos. I've been
Yeah.
trying to watch that too. So I've got a lot going on right now. But maybe Chuck is my next one.
I've been on a movie kick lately.
Really?
I have
And
two.
it's Den of Thieves and Den of Thieves 2 Pantera. I've just been watching both of those.
I've
Well,
been watching.
I just finished the second one yesterday. I was on the treadmill, but
I've been watching comedy movies. I watched Ted 2 the other day.
There's something about just throwing on a good old comedy movie.
My
Like,
next one's Wedding Crashers. I've never
it's a
seen
good
it.
one. Oh, yeah,
Wedding
it's a good
Crashers
one.
is a top 5 movie.
I've never
all
seen
time.
it.
I
Oh,
get-
you're gonna love it.
yeah, you'll like it.
You guys have never steered me wrong on movie recommendations.
Yeah.
So
Gotta-
I forget. The
I
other
gotta
guys.
rewatch The Other Guys.
yeah, I do too.
Still on Netflix, I think. I think so.
I believe probably.
Such a great movie.
You think of what I'm thinking?
Aim for the bushes.
Aim for the
the
bushes.
There wasn't even an awning in that direction. Jake Wallman, who is your favorite television character? of
I've
all time?
heard a lot of good suggestions. Parks and Rec, Andy Dwyer. I don't know if that
Yeah.
one was
Andy Dwyer's.
I
I
don't
said
know if
Ron
that-
Swanson, but
yeah,
Andy Dwyer
you,
is great.
You sparked my thought on Andy Dwyer by saying Ron Swanson. My uncle, for a time, always referred to me as George Costanza.
Where's Bobby Hill rank on your list?
He's up there.
Number one today.
He's up there. And this morning when I was getting ready, I was watching a Facebook reel from the Seinfeld. My pick is Kramer from Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah,
I was
Kramer.
watching a reel where it was from the episode where the NYU reporter thinks that George and Jerry are living together, and Kramer comes in with the news article. He's like, "Why didn't you tell me?" He's like, "You're single. You're in your mid-30s. All the signs are there." And Jerry goes, "Well, so are you." And Kramer's reaction is just like, it's top notch.
Seinfeld's great. Kramer's a good one. Kramer and George are both phenomenal characters.
We have invasion going on the text line right now
Oh,
from Robbie Stanley.
from Robbie Stanley.
Yep. Good morning, Connor Newt, in all caps. Good morning, Robbie Stanley.
That's exactly what I said. I said, good morning, Robert.
Yep, there you go. 615-737-1025. That was our question of the day. What's your favorite television character of all time? You can continue to chime in. We're going to move on. Talk some Titans on the other side. Cam Ward at his pro day this week. Also, apparently worked out for the Titans privately yesterday. So excited to talk about that and see if the Titans are zeroing in on their choice at number 1. That's up next. You're on 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Tune in to Totally Hits 93.3 tonight as the Nashville Cats take on the Albany Firebirds. Pregame starts at 4:30, kickoff at 5, with coverage also available on the Totally Hits 93.3 app and at totallyhitsnashville.com. Chase McCabe, Joe Dubin on the call as the Cats get going at 5 o'clock tonight. Excited for that one. We're going to talk NFL football here. Titans getting ready to make the number 1 pick in the draft in a little under a month. A little under 4 weeks away from draft night in Green Bay. And this week, Cam Ward at his pro day also had a private workout with the Titans. It seems more and more likely that he is going to be a Tennessee Titan. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman with you on 4's Company. Guys, I said about 2 months ago, St. Patrick's Day was the deadline. If the Titans were going to trade the pick. I was not on last week, so I couldn't. This is the first time I'm on since the deadline has passed. Titans haven't traded the pick. They're not going to trade the pick. Cam Ward is going to be the number 1 pick. I tried to lock that in for everybody 2 weeks ago. It seems like there are still some people out there who want the Titans to trade the pick. They are not trading the pick.
There's always going to be people that do that.
Like Jared,
Trust me.
I was working with Jared this week, and like he spent a good amount of time working on like trade proposals, and I wanted to just say like, Jared, they're not trading the pick. Like if you
he made me think weird yesterday because he kept implying that the Giants were desperate. The Giants just signed 2 quarterbacks.
Right.
Well,
the Giants have a trio of quarterbacks in that room. And yeah, you can cut Tommy DeVito, but like
Tommy Cutlets, baby.
Are you going to cut Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston if you draft a quarterback at 3?
Do you feel represented when you watch Tommy DeVito, Frazier?
A little bit. I think it's a little spiel of like he's going a little overboard with the cutlets thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I relate 100% to what he's saying.
His agent is the most
I relate.
Italian guy
Lasagna
ever.
is awesome.
It really is. My grandmother's lasagna is just unbeatable.
I had lasagna last night.
Really?
Meatless because it was Friday.
Yeah. So the veggie lasagna.
It was just noodle cheese sauce.
Well, at that point, just make your own pasta. You know how to make pasta.
I don't
Okay.
make pasta.
Yeah. We'll have a nice pasta dinner one night. I'll make it for everybody.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nutrition.
I'll say this, though.
Better have that pig in there too.
Oh, it'll be there. We'll make some pancetta. How about that?
There you go.
We'll have some nice, it's like a Roman dish where it's pasta with a little cheese and then add a little bacon bits like the pancetta. Oh, it's black pepper.
Sounds cute.
You're getting me started.
Making
Stop
me
it.
hungry.
All righty. Well,
Sounds kind of cute.
anyways, continuing about the whole Cam Ward situation, I don't know. I think the whole point of the whole Jared overreaction about the Giants wanting 3 first-round picks is what he's saying, something like that.
The Titans have said that they want, or at least the reports are, that the Titans want the equivalent value of 3 first-round picks.
Phew.
That says I love Cam Ward to me.
They're taking Cam Ward.
They're taking Cam Ward.
Here's the only thing that I have a side door, just like hesitation, is that maybe the Titans are trying to pump up his stock to the point where, like, wait a minute, maybe we keep pumping up his stock, saying we're gonna have a private workout, have dinner with them. Like, it all is a part of the plan of like, yes, this is our guy. We're gonna give him the playbook next week. But at the same time, you're thinking, what if they're just doing it to bump up his stock? Like, I'm not buying into Jared's theory of 3 first-round picks from the Giants. I'm not buying into that at all. But what if there's that small slim of chance that this might actually be true?
It would be the world's greatest smokescreen, because that means if the Titans don't take Cam Ward, you are going to head into the season with a quarterback room of Will Levis, Brandon Allen, and Tim Boyle.
Who was a great interview, by the way. If you have not heard that interview.
I saw that he was on.
He was on with Chase McJoy yesterday. Great guy.
And like Tim Boyle and Brandon Allen, I think are fine NFL backups. Neither of them are.
Brandon Allen doesn't have over 1,800 yards passing in his career. He's 32.
You cannot run any of those 3 out as your starting quarterback in week 1.
Oh my God.
So
we'd burn the city down.
Unless the Titans, the only way that they can do that is if they come out, if they trade the pick on draft night or whatever it is. It wouldn't be on draft night, but if they trade the pick and, they take Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter at 3, and then go to the podium and say, we plan to go 1-16 this year. And we will have our first round pick, which will be at the top of the draft, and we'll have the Giants' first round pick, which will probably be towards the top of the draft. That's the only way they can do it. If you trade this pick, you might as well go to the podium and say, we are tanking next year.
They will never go out and say
And
they
they're
are
not.
tanking.
Well, obviously they wouldn't say it, but like that would be.
Hi, everyone.
That's the message. If you trade that pick and take Travis Hunter, which I think Travis Hunter's a good player, but he would be like the Maserati sitting inside a shack with no quarterback
Why would it sit inside of Shaq?
inside a shack. Have you seen that picture?
Yes.
It's like when Juan Soto was on the Nationals at the end of his
It
time.
was like
there.
a Bugatti underneath.
Yeah,
I remember
just-
seeing that.
They're taking Cam Ward.
What if there's that side door chance of Shador Sanders? Because like I've listened and watched a bunch of videos and seen reports on Twitter saying that Abdul Carter had dinner the other night after his pro day with the Cleveland Browns. He's mainly the number 2 solidified pick. What if the Browns, because like they re-signed Myles Garrett, and that's the only thing that's hesitating my whole thought process here is that Myles Garrett re-signed with Cleveland because he agreed with the, I guess, viewpoint that they're going in for their direction. Is the direction Abdul Carter that's making him stay for $40+ million?
well, and I think Myles Garrett came out and basically said, like, we need a quarterback.
Yeah.
This
So,
week.
like, if you're not going to go get a Cam Ward or a Shador Sanders, because obviously if they don't trade their pick, it's definitely going to be Shador Sanders or they're talking about Abdul Carter now. So I really don't know. That's my thing. I'm confused as to what is the direction of the Browns, because if they go with Abdul Carter, then they're not going to trade their pick, obviously. So then that leaves the Giants. The Giants have 3 quarterbacks, like you're saying. Well,
Kenny Pickett.
I'm just confused. I've now confused myself.
I think Shador Sanders is a second round prospect.
Agreed.
He's going to go in the top 5, probably the top 3. But I think Shador Sanders is a second round prospect. I think Cam Ward is head and shoulders quarterback 1 in this class.
Can I just say this?
Sure.
Seeing the videos of Brian Callahan and Mike Borgonzi and Chad Brinker loving all over Cam Ward, it's weird.
That's what I'm saying, man.
It's weird. Like it's just cringy. Like I cringe every time I see it because it looks like they're like, I don't know. I get they're trying to recruit him in a sense, but it's just weird.
It's like that one guy on the football team is trying to fit in with a certain position group and it just doesn't fit in with them. That's what that feels like to me.
It looks like they're trying to get his answers for his homework. Like it's just weird.
It doesn't
I
feel
think
organic.
They found
No.
their guy. They found their guy and they love him. That is what I have gathered from this offseason is that they believe Cam Ward is their guy. And whether that ends up being the case, who knows? Like he could be a bust. But I think the Titans view Cam Ward just as the top 3 teams last year viewed Williams, Daniels, and
Do
May.
you think it's fool's gold? You think they're just, well, he's the best quarterback and we need a quarterback?
Which it could be. They could have talked themselves into it, which is not what you want. But I do think in their heads, at least, whether it's true or not, I think they view him in that same tier of the quarterbacks who went 1, 2, 3 last year.
Man,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just feel like if Cam Ward were to go in the draft last year, I think he would have been picked behind McCarthy.
No. Cam Ward is at worst quarterback 4 last year, I think.
Yeah.
Really?
He's better than JJ McCarthy.
There's no chance you can watch the film on Cam Ward and JJ McCarthy and Bo Nix and Michael Penix and not say that Cam Ward's the best. I think Cam Ward, I would probably slot him slightly behind Drake May from last year. Not like a gaping gap. I think they're in the same tier, but I would probably put him right behind Drake May. Drake May is a great quarterback prospect. I think Cam Ward is slightly below him.
That's fair. I mean, I think we're really going to see what we're going to out of Drake May this year with
Right.
and Stephon Diggs.
And Drake May, if he was in the draft this year, he would be the first overall pick. So
yeah,
like
hands down.
I think Cam Ward is worthy of the pick, and I think the Titans they're going to take him.
Yeah.
At this point, if you don't take him, again, you might as well just go to the podium and say we are going to try and lose as many games as possible this year.
My question is, like, if you bring in a quarterback like Cam Ward as a rookie, you don't sit him then, right?
No, he's playing.
No. If you are the number 1 pick, you're going in.
All right. Okay.
Again, who's going to start? Are we putting Will Levis back out there?
No, but I mean, I'm cool with putting a Brandon Allen out there. I really am. I just don't see hope in this Titans franchise. That's just me being negative right now. I have to see it to believe it.
Well,
that's
yeah,
just my thing.
Cam,
I'm sorry.
These guys, they're staking their career to Cam Ward. But I think whether you pick him or don't pick him, your career is going to be defined by what Cam Ward
does
because he's going to be the number 1 pick Either you're going to take him or you're going to trade it and somebody else is going to take him. Has it ever happened that a team has traded the number 1 pick when they need a quarterback? Because I can't think of any examples of, hey, this team needs a quarterback. They didn't like X player at the top of the draft, so they traded the pick and let somebody else take him.
I don't
Because
think that's ever happened.
I don't think it has ever happened.
Because when the Titans traded the first pick the last time, they had Mariota.
Right. Most of the time, that's when you see the first pick gets traded, is a team believes that they have their quarterback. Like the Bears 2 years ago, they still believed in Justin Fields, so they traded the pick. But like last year, let's say Caleb Williams wasn't a generational prospect and the Bears weren't 100% sure, you would never see them trade with the Patriots. They still would have taken Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Just because you're staking your career to that guy one way or another. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Cam Ward worked out for the Titans yesterday. Paul Kaharski reporting that it was a positive development for the Titans at the very least.
I'm sure it was.
They liked it. So looking more and more like Cam Ward will be the first overall pick coming up in Green Bay next month. 615-737-1025 is our phone number if you want to chime in. Our phone line's driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. We'll keep talking Titans on the other side. 4's Company, 1025-1063 The Game. 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. We're talking Tennessee Titans.
Calcio.
Jake Lyman, Nick
there.
Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman. Talking about Cam Ward. Seems like the Titans are zeroing in on taking the Miami quarterback first overall in the draft. Let's go to our text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. One texter says, might as well run to the podium and tell everyone you are tanking for next year anyway. Cam Ward or Cam Ward Titans will still be picking at the top of the draft. He's a weak top-end quarterback candidate. I'd rather have Manning at next year's draft anyways. Let's go there because Arch Manning has played, 9 games?
Yeah.
If that.
If his name was Arch Smith, would we be touting him as the number 1 pick in the draft next year? I don't think so.
We don't even know if he's going to leave.
Right. He could come back for another year, which would make sense. You're going to get paid millions of dollars to be the quarterback at Texas.
And what if he sucks?
Right. And who else is there? Drew Aller could have come out this year. Garrett Nussmeier could have come out this year. I think those guys are second-round quarterback
Nico
prospects.
Iamaleava, but
yeah, Nico, talent is certainly there, but he didn't show anything last year that made me think he's a first overall pick quarterback. There is nobody coming out next year that I think is cut and dry a better quarterback prospect than Cam Ward.
right now, nope.
Right? That might change. Joe Burrow heading into his senior season in 2019 was not viewed as a first-round quarterback.
Mhm.
Obviously, he put up one of the greatest seasons of all time and ended up being the first overall pick. That could happen. But right now, as you look at next year's class and this year's class, I would find it hard to say that there's a quarterback I would take over Cam Ward right now from next year.
Yeah. I don't know. We got to get out of this mentality of, well, let's just fold this year and wait till next year.
You got to take a swing at some point.
We're not going to, I understand you want to replenish your draft capital and all that, but you got the number 1 overall pick and you like the quarterback, you take the quarterback.
And I think Titans fans have been brainwashed by all of the talk throughout last season and into the offseason of it's a quote unquote weak quarterback class. That's been the talk since the beginning. And so I think everybody just got in their heads, well, we don't want to take Cam Ward because it's a weak quarterback class. Just watch him play. Go watch Cam Ward play football and you will see why he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. I'm not saying that he is Andrew Luck, Trevor Lawrence as a prospect, but there's a reason that he's going to go number 1. Just go watch him play football. And I think you'll understand why the Titans are going to make this pick.
It's the fans that always know best, Jake.
That's true. That's why the fans run the organizations.
It's just, I forgot the part where the fans dictate what happens. You don't have to like it, but it's
right. And it is funny because it's the same thing. You're going to see Titans fans freak out and be like, why are we taking Cam Ward? We should have taken Abdul Carter. We should have traded back. But when opening day rolls around and he has a good training camp and a good preseason and shows some sparks, there's going to be a lot of Cam Ward jerseys getting sold next year. Just like with Will Levis. The world was burning to the ground when Will Levis got taken 33rd overall by the Titans 2 years ago because they didn't take Hendon Hooker and they spat in the Vols fans' faces.
Yep.
But guess what? When Will Levis drops 4 touchdowns on the Falcons, he's the franchise quarterback and everybody loves him. So if you don't like Cam Ward now, you're probably going to like him in 6 months.
May I clear the air on something?
Yeah,
just
go
real
ahead.
quick. I've never said that I don't like Cam Ward or dislike Cam Ward or his ability on the field. Initially, when we had this whole draft conversation way back in January, I was like, give me Abdul Carter. Give me Abdul Carter.
Abdul Carter
felt
saying, give me Abdul Carter too.
Yeah.
Abdul Carter, he might be off the board because of his injury, too,
Right.
which is...
And that's what led me to the hesitation of maybe this is not the pick anymore. And that's when I was in Vegas, gave you the ring, gave you all the call, and was like, you know what? Jake Lyman has spoken to me into my dreams. Cam Ward is the answer for this upcoming draft. Abdul Carter's not it. This injury is very hesitant for me to pick him. So I'm like, all right, St. Patrick's Day deadline, give me Cam Ward. I'm all about it. And now, last segment, I mentioned that, maybe, if you go grab a Cam Ward, does he play? Obviously, you guys all are in agreement that he should play. And I said, maybe not. I don't know. I think the Titans, if they don't develop him well, that's the issue I have. If they don't develop Cam Ward well enough to be the number one guy for the franchise in years past or years future, excuse me, that's where I have the concern.
Here's what's going to happen.
Because if Cam Ward ends up being a really good quarterback, then you start looking at Brian Callahan. Why could he not do that with Will Levis? You know what I mean?
Here's what's going to happen. They're going to have a bad year this year.
Right.
They're going to have a scapegoat.
And that's
bye-bye
Brian
Brian
Callahan.
Callahan.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's what happens with these first overall pick quarterbacks. It seems like every time you take the guy number 1 overall, you give him a coach and then fire him after 1 year. Urban Meyer with Trevor Lawrence.
I don't think it's fair, but it's how the league works.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's
And
the cycle.
I mean, I hope that Brian Callahan does get a fair shake. But it's all going to come down to whether he can develop Cam Ward. And
Which is, in my opinion, a 2 to 3 year process.
yeah.
You
And
can't just give him 1 year and expect results.
I do want to say, and I said this when TD and I filled in for Jared a couple weeks ago, Titans fans are scared because of Vince Young and Jake Locker and Marcus Mariota.
Got their hearts broken.
But guess what? This is a completely different regime. Just because they messed up Vince Young, just because they messed up Jake Locker, just because Marcus Mariota got hurt and was never the same, doesn't mean the same thing's going to happen with Cam Ward.
Hey, no, here's the thing, though. Thank you for bringing that up. A new regime, same family of ownership. It doesn't matter if you got Joe Schmo as your head coach or Joe Schmo as your general manager. The owner is going to make that final decision no matter what.
Why are you throwing shade at Joe Schmo? What did he do?
Yeah.
I'm just saying Joe Schmo. That's the go-to name.
I like Joe Schmo.
It's the alias.
Don't
Yeah.
talk to him like that.
Sorry.
There's been a lot of talk about
John Smith. Is that better?
John Smith is a South Carolina wide receiver legend in the
Sorry.
Newtverse.
in the Newt verse over in college.
But do you get what I'm saying, though? Like, even though there is a new regime,
Right.
there's
It is
still that-
it's the same old Titans.
yeah.
But you hope that with an offensive guru coach,
Air quotes.
that Brian Callahan can develop Cam Ward into a franchise quarterback. Let's quickly go to our phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Carl wants to chime in. Carl, good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Well, listen, I have 3 good reasons why, if you're number 1 overall, like if you got that position and you need a quarterback, go get the quarterback. Don't even play around with it. Number 1, you all remember the wide receiver all-time great from Washington, Warren Moon?
Yes.
Okay. So y'all don't remember Warren Moon as a wide receiver. That's because he was a quarterback and people wanted him to be a wide receiver, but he didn't get picked. A lot of teams missed out on that. You remember that bum from Michigan, Tom Brady, that nobody wanted?
That one
Because
bum.
that bum, because he didn't look the part. He didn't look the part of the quarterback, so nobody wanted that bum, so he got drafted in the 955th draft. Remember him? Oh, remember Trevor Lawrence? Remember how great? Remember all those Super Bowls he won and all the MVPs that he won because he really looked the part and he was a can't miss bust. Absolute bust. So here's my thing. Just get if you need a quarterback, get the guy. Just get if you're in that position and you need one, dude, just don't overanalyze, don't overthink the thing. Get the guy because you just never know. Warren Moon ends up being one of the all-time greats. Some idiots wanted him to be a wide receiver, so he had to go to Canada and spend a few years up there. Do you think there was a few teams, let's say Pittsburgh Steelers, do you think that they had wished that they could do that all over again because Terry Bradshaw was on his last legs and they could have got a guy like Warren Moon? Do you think any of those teams, that passed up on Tom Brady was like, geez, I wish we had took a flyer on that guy?
Sure.
I mean,
yeah.
you just never know. Mitchell Trubisky. I mean, he looked the part. if you throw a quarterback in the lab, it'll be Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah.
You know?
No, that's a good point. And the Titans, it's throwing darts with quarterbacks no matter what. It's never
Absolutely.
going to be exact. And thank you for the call, Carl. Good points there that you never know what a guy's going to be, whether he's taken first in the draft or 199th, like Tom Brady. Jeff on our text line says, guys, the number 1 overall pick in the draft is to be only for a player at whatever position who your organization knows with almost complete certainty that will be a huge success on the playing field, even if it takes a season or so to develop. If the team is not sure, then the first pick should be traded for the best hand of picks in return, period. Jeff, the team needs a quarterback.
Yeah.
Like you have the number 1 overall pick in the draft for the first time in a decade. Who knows when you're ever going to have a chance to take the best quarterback in a class?
And what player are you looking at in this draft that you think is a complete certainty?
Right.
Because I can promise you it's not Abdul Carter.
And is Travis Hunter a complete certainty? What he's doing is really impressive, but does it translate to the NFL? We have yet to see that, right? Like, I believe Travis Hunter is going to be a good player, but just because he played a lot of snaps in college and did it well doesn't mean he's going to be an elite cornerback or an elite wide receiver. So we will see what happens. Devin and Dixon makes a good point. You know who wouldn't ruin Cam Ward?
Who's that?
Coach Eric Taylor.
Oh, absolutely not.
Eric Taylor would be great. And also an unnamed texter says, if this is last year and Cam Ward had the same season he had this year, then Cam Ward would be a second round. Note that Cam Ward would not be a second round quarterback last year. He's not a generational talent. Look at Cam Ward's numbers from last year. Look at the, did you guys see the chart thing?
Yeah.
The little like octo chart that shows.
Those are cool.
His final season at Miami was the exact same almost as Patrick Mahomes' final season at Texas Tech. I'm not saying that he's Patrick Mahomes, but like you can look at Cam Ward and see that he is at the very worst a top 10.
Look at his college,
in this
his
class.
collegiate career. Started at Incarnate Word, and he's progressed.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you want to see in a prospect, not someone who kind of stays the same like a Trevor Lawrence. Now, Trevor Lawrence put up good numbers in college, but did he ever progress?
Yeah.
No, he kind of just
Stayed the same.
Yeah.
rode the hot hands.
Wouldn't say flatline, but he was a consistent.
He was consistent,
Yeah.
but there was no growth.
And how much progression has he shown in the NFL? Little to none.
I mean, he signed that fat deal, last offseason?
That's
right?
because the Jaguars are scared they're not going to get someone better.
Right. And to your point about Cam Ward and that whole chart, you're right. He has all the intangibles that I wouldn't say Patrick Mahomes has, but has that, I guess, high ceiling.
Right. The could he be a bust? Sure. But I think all the talent is there to be developed into a good quarterback. Again, we will end the conversation on this. If you are saying you don't think Cam Ward is worthy of the first overall pick, please watch him. I'm sure the people who don't want Cam Ward are the ones who haven't gone and watched him.
Mm-hmm.
He was phenomenal last season. I'm not saying that he's Caleb Williams or Andrew Luck or all these guys who are consensus number 1 picks. But in this draft class, you have the number 1 pick. You need a quarterback, and he is worthy of that pick. They're going to take him.
Yeah.
Good with that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Hammer.
We've
nail.
still got
Hammer and nail.
We've still got 4 weeks to go, and I'm sure that this will not stop of the people saying we need to trade the pick. Titans are not trading the pick. They are going to take Cam Ward.
We guarantee.
Yes, I'll guarantee it. Cam Ward is going to be the number 1 pick in the draft, and he will be holding up a Titans blue uniform on draft night, either in Green Bay or wherever he's watching the draft from. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Ran a little bit long there. We'll come back. We'll talk some baseball. Opening weekend in the MLB. Nick Frazier getting ready to roll wearing his Cardinals gear. We'll talk about MLB opening weekend coming up next here on 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3, The Game. Extended show today. We are with you till 11:30, so an extra half hour as we lead you into ESPN Radio's coverage of Brewers and Yankees. As it is MLB opening weekend, opening day on Thursday, and lots of great baseball so far. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman with you on 4's Company.
Jeff's mad at you, by the way.
Yes, I know. Jeff is texting on the text line.
Jeff Fisher is mad at you.
We're done talking about Cam Ward, but you need a quarterback to win in the AFC. I will finish with that. Baseball.
Balls of base.
Baseball is back. MLB opening day this week. And for you guys wearing your Cardinals gear, it's been a good start for St. Louis so far.
It's been a good one game.
They didn't play yesterday?
No.
Oh, so they're just 1-0.
Yeah,
I thought they were 2-0 when you guys were saying like sole possession of.
They're 1-0.
They are
They're
1-0.
1-0, and the only reason they're 1-0 or they're in sole possession is because they're 1-0.
Gotcha.
Second place is 1-1.
My Tigers are 0-2. Been a tough couple of games facing the reigning World Series champions.
Had a long season.
Tigers, I mean, they've hung in there with the Dodgers. They lost 5-4 on Thursday. Went 0 for 14 with runners in scoring position. It's like you just get one base hit, you probably win that game. And then last night, the MLB made the call and said that Manuel Margot was out at the plate.
They had 4 different camera angles, and they go on to say that he was out.
I didn't see anything that made me think he was out. But also, you scored 2 runs in the top of the 10th and gave up 5 runs in the bottom of the inning. So, if you just get 3 outs there, you win the game. So
Can we talk about how if you're going to have replay in a sport like MLB, you got to get it right?
yeah, and that's what I just didn't understand. You need conclusive evidence to overturn the call. He might have been out, but I didn't see anything conclusive that made me think that he was.
Yeah, you need solid evidence.
Right.
That's in every sport. But
I'll say this about that play. To me, this is my assumption. The MLB officiating that's up in the booth, they saw those 4 different camera angles or 5, how many ever it was. They took the one that was from the Tigers dugout, and it was like basically you couldn't see home plate, but they saw the tag. They saw the tag on
and you
Margot's
couldn't see
foot.
when his hand got down.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you're the MLB, you have to use 2 camera angles and simultaneously match them up. You have the overhead view
Right.
and the side
where
angle
you see
view.
the hand hit the plate and you.
The NFL does that. Why can't MLB do that?
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
Well,
And the MLB puts out a new technology on
Right.
The StatCast or whatever, where you can see where the batter's feet go. And then someone like sub to like, why can't the NFL do that for first downs?
Yeah.
There's a tug and pull everywhere you go. You can't.
Right. We have the technology to get these calls right. I'm not saying
You just remind me
everything
of
needs to
something,
be
by the way.
reviewed, but it makes no sense that they did the challenge system in spring training and then just got rid of it. Like,
that's where I'm going. You probably know more about this than I do. Please tell me we're not going to robo umps.
It's heading in that direction. But luckily,
They're terrible.
I don't think it's going to be it will never be full on robo umps, but I think they're going to do the challenge system
I like the challenge
where
system.
you get 2. If you get it right, you get to keep your challenge. And
I mean, we all know we produce the sounds. The challenge system's great.
it works.
It works.
And there's strategy involved to it because it's like, hey, you don't want to use those challenges early on in the game because what happens if you get rung up strike 3 in the bottom of the 9th and you don't have a challenge left? I saw with the Sounds either last year or 2 years ago, it happened. Monte Harrison, the
Arkansas legend,
the
tight
Arkansas
end.
wide receiver, he got rung up to end the game in Norfolk and challenged it. It was a ball, stepped back in, doubled, and tied the game. So it's like I think the challenge system would be great.
I like it.
I bet next year is probably when that gets the full.
Yeah, I think this year's for sure a growing pain. And teams like the Milwaukee Brewers, prime example, we were talking about them in the break. They're going to have an advantage this year rather than other teams now because a lot of those guys that are on the Milwaukee team, they've experienced the umpire robo umps. It's a plus for them.
Yeah, if you're talking Sounds, Tyler Black might be one of the best challengers of all time.
Oh, yeah.
It felt like every Sounds game last year, if he challenged it, the umpire might as well just be like,
Peyton
"Yep, I was
Henry,
wrong."
too.
Peyton Henry was good
He's
at
really
that
good
too.
at it.
I can't wait for the challenge system to be instituted for the regular season. I think it worked in spring training. I bet next year we'll get it for the full 162.
This sounds a little low on the number. Don't quote me on it, but I read somewhere, I think it was on Twitter. I follow this account called Umpire Scorecards.
Yeah.
I think they were saying there were 93 missed calls behind the plate. It sounds a little low.
Which 93, not terrible.
Yeah.
For God, if there's 15 MLB games, that's like 3,000 pitches. And obviously you're not making a call on every single one of them. Like swing,
Yeah.
if batter swings, pretty obvious. But
yeah. Again, don't quote me on it, but I read that somewhere. I think that's right.
The umpires are good, but it can't hurt to have a backup just to make sure that.
I'm old school. I feel like if you take that, you take out the tradition of baseball. I mean, it's a human element having an umpire in. It's kind of subjective sometimes, but I think that's what makes sports fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. And very frustrating when you have Doug Schau's refereeing a game. But
yeah, basketball officiating is a whole different subject and maybe needs a whole other show for all of that.
Yes, it does.
615-737-1025 is our phone number. My Tigers have lost to the Dodgers twice. Is it Dodgers versus the field? We'll talk about that coming up next in our bonus 30 minutes here on 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. 4's Company, bonus half hour here on this Saturday. We are with you up to 11:30. Brewers and Yankees coming up right after us here on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. We've got plenty of sports here on the Game Nashville Sports Network throughout the day. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman, broadcasting from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville Studios, home of the $99 yearly Beehive membership, where the buzz is always about great service. Again, coming up throughout the day, mentioned Brewers and Yankees right after us here on 102.5 The Game. And as I look through, we've also got Vandy Baseball over on 94.9 The Fan, taking on Arkansas. Nashville Sounds on 94.9 The Fan this evening. Predators and Golden Knights later on tonight, and the Nashville Cats taking on the Albany Firebirds over on 93.3.
Loaded slate
Totally
today.
hits. So, yeah, you can find anything you might need in the sports world right here on the Game Nashville Sports Network. We were talking baseball, opening weekend across the MLB.
Indeed.
Across
Yes, we
Major
were.
League Baseball,
There you go.
because Jared corrected me this week that apparently, and I understand, the MLB is not grammatically correct.
It's not.
The Major League.
The Major League Baseball. So opening day across Major
Well,
League
then
Baseball.
you can't say it for that for anything.
When I was doing the midday
Well, you can say
show,
the National Football League or like the National Basketball Association.
The MLS. You cannot
Yeah,
say
you
it.
can't say
doesn't
that
work
either.
that.
Yeah.
Jerry got upset. Didn't get upset, but he's like, "Hey, man, you try to correct me." He goes, "Don't put the MLB in your update." I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
good to know."
He
Thank you,
said that to
Jerry.
me too. Yeah. Yeah. So Major League Baseball opening day was on Thursday. The Dodgers are 4-0 now after their 2 wins in Japan and now 2 over the Tigers. Is it the Dodgers versus everybody else to try and get their second straight title? I mean,
Feels like it.
watching that lineup last night, it's just a murderer's row. That they have Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Teoscar Hernandez, Tommy Edman turned into prime Derek Jeter last night defensively.
The one that got away.
Yep, Cardinals did it on purpose, and they got nothing from it.
And their pitching rotation also has Blake Snell, Yamamoto, Roki Sasaki,
Tyler Glass now,
Tyler Glasnow. Shohei Ohtani's going to start pitching at some point again.
and they lose Walker Buehler. Oh darn!
Right. So, and they also signed like 3 different closers who
Yates
just-
from the Rangers.
Kirby Yates. They got Tanner Scott, who was great last year for the Marlins, and then I think the Padres after they traded for him. So the Dodgers are loaded. Do we think anybody can stop them from getting their second straight World Series?
They're the only ones that can stop them, it feels like. Can I just say this? The New York Yankees, they're not contenders.
Overrated.
Yeah,
Sorry,
there's just not a
Cliff.
ton there, right? Like
Not a ton there, and what is there is hurt.
Giancarlo Stanton probably not going to play this year.
Garrett Cole.
Garrett Cole,
Done.
Tommy John. Yeah, they're really like they don't have top end pitching.
Like
Mm-mm.
they got Max Fried in the offseason.
They got Max Fried. They have Carlos Rodon. Like there's the talent there, but it's not like their rotation is elite
Yeah.
like the Dodgers is. And then you lose Juan Soto. Yeah, they brought in Paul Goldschmidt.
to be honest,
washed.
coming from Cardinal fans, Paul Goldschmidt.
You can have him.
Yeah, you could have him. The hitting is not there. The fielding though, like
Right, he's a
kinda
good
like
first baseman.
kind of like Nolan Arenado of last season. This season, we don't know. He had a home run opening day. We don't know. But it's just the Yankees are the name. It's the namesake. It's nothing. I mean, the fact you're allowing players to have groomed beards, I don't.
I saw
appreciate that.
I was scrolling through TikTok yesterday. You know the roll call guy?
Oh, yeah.
I saw him pop up. I almost threw my phone across the room. I hate that guy.
Yeah, it's annoying.
He's a
I would like to see a game at Yankee Stadium.
I got to call a football game there. That's
right.
that's
bowl game.
my
This guy.
my only experience with Yankee Stadium, but it is beautiful in there. I've been to Fenway too. I haven't been to Wrigley. That's the next one I need to.
I've been
to
there.
Cross off.
Primo.
Yeah,
Don't sit behind a pole.
I have
I've
been
heard.
to one major league park in my life,
really.
and that's Busch Stadium.
The only one you need.
You know what my favorite one is? I probably said this before. I think this was one of our questions of the day at one point. PNC Park, Pittsburgh.
I've heard it's beautiful. I really want to go to Truist.
Yeah, I got to go there last summer and didn't get to watch any baseball being played. Sat there during a rain delay for 2 hours and then they canceled the game. But
This
It's
is
unfortunate.
what's fun about baseball here. Everyone's got a different team.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have one locally. So I mean, you get a lot of Braves, you get a lot of Reds, a lot of Cardinals, Cubs.
Yeah.
But then you get the outliers like you and D Mace, I think, is a Tigers guy.
Yeah.
And then
You got the Mets fans like TD
Mets
and Willie Donnet.
Yeah, you got
so yeah, it really is like a free-for-all when it comes to MLB teams here, which is nice. It's refreshing.
But what happens when Nashville gets their MLB team? Do you leave? Do you join the Stars or whatever? Or I would stay loyal.
I think I'd stay loyal too, but you got to hope that there are people who would buy in, and then
I think it's more for the next
growing up.
Yeah,
right.
It's the next generation.
Mm-hmm.
And you would sell out that stadium just because people love a ball game. Like,
I mean, this is summer.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
People love going to Sounds games, and yeah, you may not even pay attention to the baseball that's being played all the time, but it's just it's an event. The weather's beautiful. If there was a major league team in here, they would have no problem putting butts in seats, even if there aren't many diehard Nashville Stars fans or whatever.
Cardinals play, especially if they're an NL team. Cardinals would play them multiple times. I'd be here.
If the Yankees came here and if you're not a baseball fan, you see Aaron Judge. Oh, I want to see them.
Yeah, right. People want to come see those players too.
You know what team will put the most butts in seats? Dodgers.
Yeah. Get Shohei.
Well, you'd have Mookie.
Mookie comes home.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That'd be
Mookie
awesome.
Local product.
Yeah.
Overton High School.
Yes. Yeah, they mentioned that.
Front row seat to watch that. That's pretty crazy.
They mentioned that on the Dodgers broadcast last night. I had to flip the Tigers broadcast. The audio was delayed by about 35 seconds. So it's like you'd see a home run go and then wait 2 pitches and then you hear the call.
Yeah.
So I flipped over and they were talking about how Mookie before last season hadn't played shortstop since he was at Overton High School.
Yeah.
Quick rapid fire question.
Yep.
Sure. Who has the best alternate jersey in Major League Baseball?
It used to be the Nats for me, the cherry blossoms,
cherries,
but their new ones are not great.
It's like a blueprint.
Yeah, they said it's like supposed to represent the grid of Washington D.C. Who else is good? I like the new Astros ones.
I do like
released.
Yeah,
I mean, I could go biased and say the Cardinals baby blues are my favorite.
Yeah, I like those. That's tough. It's a. Tough
I love the Phillies cream.
The Red Sox blue and yellow ones are kind
they're underrated. People hate them, but I don't mind though. I don't think they wear those anymore though.
It works though for Boston. It works,
right? Because it's like their subway system or whatever it is.
I always like the Padres.
Yeah, the multicolored one. Yeah, that's really a good one. I like the City Connect initiative because baseball is the traditional, like you wear white at home, you wear gray on the road. I like having the alternates. I don't love the Tigers ones, the Motor City ones, but
I like them.
They're fine. They're not great.
That's what I thought of ours, the red.
Oh, the Lou.
They've kind of grown on me
a little bit.
I really like them.
The hat's grown on me a little more.
I just like it's kind of traditional, you know?
Yeah.
You still got the logo, still red top, white bottom.
But it's still a little different, which is nice.
Yeah.
The Diamondbacks, like early 2000s, they had that like vest. I'm a sucker for like the vest,
gray.
And then you have the stirrup with it. I'm cool with that.
Yeah. The Mariners, their City Connect is cool, like the blue and yellow. Yeah. That's a good one.
I just don't like the pants. I don't like black pants.
Yeah, that is true.
I like Brew Crew. Brew Crew is cool.
Brew Crew is cool. They do the brewskis over there, which is nice over for the sounds. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Let's quickly go to Adam in Portland on our phone line. Good morning, Adam. Thanks for calling in.
What's up, dude? Yeah, so you mentioned having your teams, and if Nashville gets a team, what are you going to do? Oh, all right, so I love the Braves, and I used to go to Turner Field, and I got 3 kids. I'll take my kids, probably 3 or 4 times a year because Atlanta's an easy trip. And when they won the championship, we were happy. All that being said, I would drop them immediately if Nashville got a team because I'm a Nashville guy, dude. Like, I love the Preds, even when we're suffering. Same thing with the Titans, even when we're suffering. I love Vandy baseball, Vandy basketball, like whatever. You give me a baseball team, dude, Braves are dead to me. I will never look back. Like I wouldn't even wish for them to do well at that point. Like they would be the enemy. So no, I would drop the Braves quick.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Adam. I think there would be a lot of people who do that because I guess for me, my teams are already like strewn all over the place. I grew up a Titans fan, even though I was from Virginia. Right. So it's like I don't have the Nashville loyalty of like if a new team came here, I would immediately drop the Tigers and be their fan. But I'm sure there are a lot of people who would do that.
I'm sure. I've just never been like that. Like my uncle, for example, he grew up a Syracuse fan. They grew up in Schenectady, right outside of right in upstate New York.
Mhm.
He's recently moved to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, right outside of Spokane, Washington. So he's flipped from being a Syracuse fan to a Gonzaga fan.
Wow.
Mm.
I mean, I understand the locality and stuff like that, but I've always been a loyalty first guy. Like once you pick a team,
You stick with it.
You stick with it no matter what. I also have the connections from the Cardinals. My grandfather was a scout for them. So
Yeah.
I
Got
grew
the
up,
lineage.
I mean, we grew up going to
It's in your
games.
blood.
I mean, I would sit behind the Cardinals dugout and talk to Adam Wainwright when I was a little kid. He threw me a ball one time. I think some jerk stole it. But anyways, I mean, I grew up watching the Memphis Redbirds, going and watching, Albert Pujols when he was a legend there. And all the guys that I grew up that won that 2012 or 2011 World Series.
And 2006.
And 2006. I was 2, so I don't remember that one. But
yeah, I remember that. That was great. It was the first year of Busch Stadium, the new one that
Yeah.
is now
that
built.
is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Beat the Tigers.
My
Yeah,
point
sorry.
is
I was 6.
Was that David Eckstein's last year in Detroit before he went to St. Louis?
No idea.
Okay.
I was 6.
there was what was I gonna say? Oh, do you think people were like this when the Titans came into town?
I'm sure there was some of that. And I honestly, I would root for the Nashville team to do well as long as they're not playing the Tigers.
My dad was like that. He obviously was born in the 70s, so it was all Chicago Bears for him.
Yeah.
But he wasn't super, loyal.
Right.
Then the Titans got here. He still rooted for the Bears primarily. And then the Titans started getting good with Eddie George and Steve McNair. And he was like, I live here. I'll start going to more games. And then over time, gradually. So
just
maybe
happens.
that'll happen to us.
I think it depends on how loyal you are to your previous team. Like, are you a diehard fan? Because it would be tough to just drop that. And how loyal you are to Nashville as a city. So
One more thing about that. If and when Nashville gets a team and it comes to the expansion draft, whatever player is drafted to that team, that's what'll kind of gravitate.
that is true.
Because if it's going to be a Bryce Harper on the end of his career, I wouldn't mind it. That probably won't happen. But
that is a good point. There would be ties from other teams of who's getting drafted in the expansion draft.
yeah.
So
If it was Corbin Carroll, I'm cool with it.
we're a few years away from Nashville getting an MLB team if they were to get one to relocate or expand. 4's Company. We got one more segment. We're going to make some picks, pick the Elite 8 games, and wrap up the show after this here on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. Final segment, 4's Company here on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. Little extra today as we lead you into coverage of Brewers and Yankees coming up right after us here on 102.5 The Game. Preds later on tonight, and then over on 94.9 The Fan, Vandy baseball and Sounds baseball coming up. Game 2 of the Sounds season against the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp later on.
If you got time, go to the ballpark.
Yeah, First Horizon Park all weekend long. And then I believe they'll be back for their first full week of games. Not this upcoming week, but
Bring your families.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman. Let's quickly go through our picks for the Elite Eight. Who's going to the Final Four? We'll start with Game 1 coming up just after 5 p.m. Central Time today. Florida, Texas Tech. I'm on the Gators. Everybody else on the Gators?
Gators.
Dude, Sean Mark's going to love this. He's going to appear behind me like he did last time. You weren't here.
Hilarious.
Dude, this guy, I'm in the middle of talking. This guy rolls up the window, and he's going,
Wow.
chomp.
That's so funny.
I was like,
Yeah.
wow, this dude spawned in.
I think that's the game I honestly feel best about.
Yeah, me too.
Is Florida beating Texas Tech. Duke, Alabama tonight. That's gonna be a fun game. Can Alabama stay hot after breaking the NCAA tournament record for most 3-pointers in a game? I'm gonna lean no. I'm going Duke.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think the 25 threes was a one-hit wonder.
Ready for this?
Roll.
Wow. Tide, roll.
Wow.
Blitz, Bama, blitz.
Blitz, but we don't give a piss about nothing but the Tide.
Nothing but the Tide.
But I think Bama can get it done, man. If they shoot the way, obviously they're not going to shoot nearly as well as they shot last game.
Yeah.
But if they have just a sliver of that and hit their shots,
Yeah, you hit 12 threes.
hit 12, contain Cooper Flag, it's a possibility. Give me the Bammers.
Jake Wallman, are you on Alabama too or Duke?
Alabama's going to have to play defense in this one.
Yeah,
And
that is true.
They've shown it against St. Mary's. Did they play against? They didn't play Gonzaga.
No, they
No.
played St. Mary's and
Robert
they played
Morris.
Robert Morris.
Yes.
Yeah. They're definitely going to have to play defense in this one. I think Cooper Flag and Grant Nelson should be a very fun matchup down low. This is like evil against evil right here.
Yeah. There's
Um,
not really a good choice, right?
No, it's
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is it?
Duke.
All right.
All right. 3 on Duke, 1 on Alabama.
I'll ride it.
Then Sunday, I know Jake Wallman's going with his Vols, but Tennessee, Houston. I'm going to go Houston. I think it's going to be a really good game. Low scoring, but I'm going to go Houston.
Houston by 12.
Wow.
Whoa.
By 12.
I'll go Cougs as well.
All right. We're all on the Cougs.
Keep waving. Keep waving. That's
Jake-
all right.
Jake Wallman.
Oh, we got to hurry this up.
wants Tennessee. And then we'll wrap it up with Michigan State and Auburn. I'm going Tigers.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah. No, actually, I'll go Sparties.
Wait a minute. You said Spartans? I have them winning my bracket.
Okay. You got Michigan
Yeah,
State.
sorry.
I got
I
him.
haven't
I
won
got
my
him too.
bracket.
I'll go Sparties.
All right,
Sorry,
quickly, Connor wants to get to our phone line. Josh is on the line, wanting to talk Kentucky basketball. Josh, good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning, Jake. Longtime listener, second-time caller. Calling in today to talk about Kentucky hoops, man, and more specifically, Coach Calipari, and what an absolute sham it is that he's no longer in Kentucky. There is no shot that Calipari loses that game to Tennessee, who claims to be a basketball school. Let's be honest, Tennessee is a football school through and through, and they're just getting beat in the Sweet 16 by them. Just completely lost the identity of the program. Kentucky basketball is done. Interested to hear you guys' thoughts. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Wow.
Thank you, Josh.
Wow.
Coach Cal never should have left Lexington.
I mean, I got no response to that.
Is that our first crash out on air?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you for the call, Josh.
Great call.
Thanks, Josh.
Hope you hit him straight. That'll do it for our show here on this Saturday. Coming up next, Brewers and Yankees here on the game. We got Preds coming up later, and then baseball all day on 94.9 The Fan. For Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman, I'm Jake Lyman. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
See ya.